Hello. Let's continue where I left off yesterday. Yesterday I started adding this new quest, which wants the player to collect animal dung. And I think I completely implemented it, but I didn't test it yet. So let's start with that. And then I think I will add even more quests. A few more quests. Because I'm planning to do another session of play testing the game. But I'm going to do that off stream, so I'm always working on the game on my computer, of course. So I mostly play it on my computer. Well, I don't play it properly, I just test all the features I implement and fix. But from time to time, like every few months, or now I'm trying to do it more often to find more bugs, but from time to time I put the game on my phone and then I properly play the game without cheats and debug mode. And I write down all the stuff I noticed during the playtest, all bugs or minor annoyances. I compile a list of that, and then I fix those things. And for the next playtest session, I want to have a bigger variety of quests, so it doesn't get too boring. Although I have to admit, most quests I have in game right now are quite boring because most of them are very simple fetch quests, like craft 10 times this, find 10 x times that. So those are very simple quests, but at least I want to have a bigger variety of those quests and not always get offered the same type of quests. So that's what I'm going to do today. Maybe during the stream we will find something else to work on. But let's see. So let's run the game. And test this quest. Let's see. I can go into debug mode here in the factions menu and see the list of all existing quests, and then I can start this one, and it has a funny icon because its quest is asking the player to collect animal dung, but I cannot start the quest because the game is telling me I'm missing a building that is required to do the quest, and that's the building, the zoologist's office. And let's see if I implemented it correctly, because normally every quest only requires one building. For example, the environmental quests, like find a biome or find rocks, those require the geologist's workshop, and the one that is about the animals requires the zoologist's office. But not only that, I also made it down here somewhere. You cannot see it because it's off screen now. This one also requires at least one feeding box. So let's see. The quest should still not be startable, and it is not. So let's place. First, let's talk to this guy. He's giving us stuff for researching, but you don't care about that right now. But I need a builder because I still haven't made it possible that structures that are not buildings, like this feeding box, can be placed in debug mode, so it's placed immediately without this whole building process required to happen. But this is quite fast. So now we have both requirements. I'm going to save and now try to start the quest. And now it starts. The guy is coming. Wait a minute. Okay, if I don't properly set the member types render methods here, I'm using the trader sprites as a default. That's okay for now. At least it's not crashing. But eventually I'm going to add proper sprites for all the member types. Ah, okay, that's the wrong quest actually. He's asking us to make tents. Let's start the quest. I messed up somewhere. Well, that's actually the correct quest started, but just the dialogue was not correct. Well, I didn't replace this one. That's the problem. See, that's why it's important to test stuff you add to the game. Because if I didn't test it immediately after adding it, I could, let's say in 5 weeks, play the game and receive the quest, see one dialogue and start a completely different quest. And I would be very confused where that bug comes from. But now, since I'm so close to the implementation of the thing, I'm still remembering what could be wrong. What's the name of the quest? So that's the quest dialogue, the first dialogue in the branch, in the dialogue tree. And now let's reload. And I hope now the correct quest will be started. Let's see. Again, starting the debug quest. And now he's a zoologist and he's starting the correct dialogue. Nice. Bye. We also received the correct message in the news feed with the correct quest title. And inside the quest list, this was already correct in the run before. And now to finish the quest, I have to use this feeding box, put correct bait inside of it, and then if the area is not too noisy, animals will come to this box. but only the zoologist is going to do that. Didn't I change that? Let's see if a hauler is also going to fill the box. No. So we have to have a zoologist. Still this is only debug mode. So now the box is filled. And I can spawn in rabbits. And they will form groups. Here's the debug menu for the groups. Also, some of the groups will merge, and some of the rabbits will maybe try to go to the box, to the feeding box, but I have to check if rabbits still try to eat carrots. Yeah, they do. So now they're next to the box. They eat carrots and they crash the game. Nice. Let's see. That's also nice that I can find other bugs. Let's see, this method crashed. We try to eat. Wait, why do I ask for the chunk location? Ah, that's the home location of the animal. And this is crashing because I spawned in the rabbits instead of them spawning naturally. So there is actually no bug, only the system isn't prepared for debug animals. Because normally the animals spawn in their home location. Like each chunk is randomly generated with a local animal type. And when that chunk periodically spawns animals, and those animals find something to eat, they will tell their home chunk that they ate something, which will make the population on that chunk more, will make that population larger. So it's some kind of logic which will promote growth of populations that find something to eat. But in that case, I spawned in the rabbits in the desert, and that chunk didn't have rabbits as a local animal, and that crashed the game. Well, I guess this thing here crashed the game. If I remove that, I'm fine. Because it crashed because the chunk, which is the C instance here, doesn't have a local animal, because not all chunks do. If that chunk happened to have, well, it also has to be the same one, not only any animal, but also the same. So let's try again. We don't have the quest. We can start it again. Let's talk to the guy. Blah blah blah. Agree. Now he leaves. And now I think I do have animals in the desert, but only 2, and all of the animals right now drop dung, which is easy for the quest, but eventually they will have a special drop. And let's have a default. Okay, now we do have rabbits nearby, naturally spawned rabbits, not debug rabbits. But I have to fast forward a bit to make them spawn. Or I could now spawn rabbits on that chunk. Well, since I made it so it's not going to crash. We have seen living cacti nearby. Those are those types of animals. They could also eat carrots from here. So let's put the zoologist, give him carrots. And tell him to put them into the feeding box. And now watch the cacti. But they are somehow not interested. Wait, let's save and reload and I only put the crop, not the bait. That's why they didn't come to the box. Maybe now they will, if they are close enough. Okay, they are going to despawn, but the rabbits finally made it. and that should proceed our quest, and it does. And now for another group. We'll eat carrots, or this. Yeah, we did it, nice. So now the day is over. And the quest giver is coming back. Wait, let's test it. Let's first save and load. The quest is still working. Now let's first tell him we are not done yet. And he leaves, and then I reload. Just wanted to test that the not done yet option is not crashing the game. And this time we give him the samples. Nice. So that quest seems to work. Okay, now let's add another quest. Maybe one again concerning animals. Since we can in the game make animal observations by placing a raised hide. Oh, I didn't save after finishing the quest. Let's do it again. Bye. There he goes. So let's place a raised hide. First I need to check something, because I noticed so maybe let's place it somewhere here. Nice. And now, as maybe you noticed, that the zoologist who has the green outfit immediately moved into this raised height, and that's the radius of his observation area. And he hasn't made any recent sightings, but they would be shown here if he had. But we maybe have to wait for more animals to spawn. Let's see, there are animals on the map, but on other locations. Yeah, you can only see the ones inside of the circle. I could make them spawn. Now it says species discovered, living cactus. And now we can look at the living cactus locations and even play back the recent sightings. If I collect more sightings by fast forward, you can now look at more. You can see them move on the map, which is quite nice. I really like that implementation. And here it says the recent number of sightings, and that's converted into information about the animal, which can be used to research the animal. But you need more information for the first research level, and also it requires research books, which we have more than enough right now. And then the animal appears in the lexicon, and here are information displayed, which will be unlocked after researching the animal. That's something I worked on a few weeks ago on stream. And now I want to create a quest which tells the player to make a certain amount of observations of a specific animal species. So let's do that. Maybe that's also level 2, I'm not sure yet, I can balance it later. don't know a great title right now, but maybe let's just say observations. Maybe I need more data for the quest. Because most quests only use 2 integers. Since most quests only ask the player for 1 item to craft or to find. So the 2 integers, one of them is containing the number of wanted items, and the first integer is the number of found items. So I can check if the quest is over, if the have value is bigger than the need value, or equal or bigger. But in case of the animal observations, I also need 1 integer which contains the ID of the wanted animal, because this quest is going to allow, it's a generic quest which is able to require every type of animal, but 1 specific, but 1 random. And this is correct. Then I need to create the dialogues. And then put correct IDs here. That's it. Then put the text into the dialogue. Then I need to retrieve the name from the data. Let's see, I think that's the ID of the quest. So the second one is the amount we want, and the third one is the type of animal. Okay, here I can leave the same text. Okay, nice. Then I need to implement the answers, but that's going to be easy. Check. And then yeah, this I have to call on every starting dialog to start the quest. And then when checking, we press the first button. Yeah, this is Since we don't have to give any item, we can just end the quest here. And then there's a second button when we deny the quest. And then the one when we are talking about the quest. That's the one not done yet. That's fine. So that's it. The dialogues. Now I can put the start dialogue here. And I have to do all the quest generation stuff. Here I want to check if the player has at least one raised height to make observations, otherwise the quest doesn't make sense. And then we have to have a method which we call when we actually make the observation, so the quest is progressing. Like here, when we get animal drops, we check the animal done quest, and if we have the correct item, we can increment the counter until we finish the quest. And I have to also put in the data, quest data. Then we gather the wanted animal type, and if the animal type we found is the same, let's try to only check for one observation per time so we don't overshoot the counter. And then we make the observation if we need it. So this is the number of made observations, and this is the number of wanted observations. And only if we still need some, since we are less than we want, we increment it by 1, and then we return true, which will then, in another method, is a copy of that. So here we increment over all active quests, we get the quest data, and then we call the method I just created, check animal observation. And this is only making sure that if there happens to be multiple quests quests that require animal observations. We will check all of them. So let's say we have 2 quests that want us to make animal observations, which could happen, I'm not sure yet. Right now only one type of quest can be active at once, like the same type of quest can be only active once. But let's just pretend in the future I come up with another quest which also requires observations. Then we check the quest. Let's go back into the method, and if we here actually need the observation, so we consumed the observation, we return true, and then we update the quest data, and then we break from this loop. So the next quest in the list will not receive the observation, so it's only counted once, which is debatable. Like, I could implement it in a way that if you have multiple quests requiring the same thing, they both receive the progress if you make progress, or only one receives the progress until the one quest is finished, and then the other one gets the progress. But that's currently that's rare, because as I said, only the quests only can be active a single time at once. So right now you're not going to have multiple quests asking you to make animal observations, so that don't have to make this debate right now. And then I have to call this somewhere at the location in code where the observation is made, like here when the animal dung is looted, I call this method. So I have to find the location in code where I actually make the observations. And I first have to find the location, but because I don't remember it. Let's go in the global update method of world. And somewhere there, animals. We spawn animals. Here we deal with their crop finding algorithm. Here with their merging. And here we have animal observations. And we do an observation every 3 seconds. So all the raised heights in the game will look at all animals in their vicinity every 3 seconds and make the observations. So the algorithm behind that is a bit hard to explain, because I'm trying to save the observations in a smart, compressed way. So I don't have to understand this right now, and I do not. But I only have to find the location where we actually increment so here we iterate over all raised heights and check if any animal is nearby, and if the raised height is occupied by a zoologist. Otherwise the raised height will not make any observations, obviously. And then put the animal into known animals, and here we track the observation for the statistics, and that means we can also call this method, which will progress quests. And now if I didn't mess up anything, the quest should be working. Well, I still have to do some stuff, I guess. Let's look at my checklist. I wrote enum. I set the quest building. I've set the zoologist as the member who gives the quest. I've not created a quest icon. Okay, nice. And let's do that. Let's copy the loop and put an icon here which resembles an animal. Maybe copy something from here. This one. It's nice when you can reuse your own stuff to make new stuff. Okay, we do have an icon. We don't have a description of the quest. Maybe here I want to display the animal type. Otherwise it wouldn't be displayed anywhere else and the player would not know afterwards, after loading the game a few days later, what type of animal is required. And that data is inside of quest data, but at location 2 in that case. So we have a description. Now I need a short text. And the progress. And I'm not even sure if the short name is used anywhere. I think. And then a progress string. This, and then correct, check the progress if the quest is over, if we have made more observations than we need, or I guess right now the game is not allowing to make more, it's just going to stop at the same number, so that's redundant, but it's just making sure it's not overshooting, and then the quest will be never over. And then I have to create the quest data. So that's now a bit tricky, because now I have to decide what animal I should tell the player to make, to observe. Could also make the number of observations dependent on the rarity of the animals, since you actually make less observations of rare animals, of course. So let's see. Maybe I have to come from the biomes direction. I have to check which biomes the player has discovered yet. Let me see where I save that information. Biomes discovered. Could create a method which returns a list of known biomes. Let's just return the list. Well, let's first see how I laid out the indices of the array. I use the ordinals of the biome enum. Nice, that's easy. So now I can call this method here. No, let's this way. And then wait, that's public. That's how it's called. And this list should never be empty because you start in some biome, so at least one biome should be. But let's test. No, let's pretend it's not empty. So this should not fail. Let's make sure it's not possible to fail. If it's empty, we're just going to take a default biome. Otherwise, we take a random biome. Okay. I'm just now going to take. Problem right now is I don't have animals in every biome right now because I didn't add all of the like I have 9 biomes and I want to have 3 animals per biome, which equals 36. No, 27. So 27 total animal species in the game. And so I have, let's go into the biomes enum. I have a common animal, a less common, and a rare animal in every biome. And not all biomes are filled yet. For example, in the Iceland biome, we don't have a common animal, but we have the less common and the rare one. So this makes the quest fail right now if I select a random biome and then I try to select the common animal. The first one is the rare one. So that's the common one. But that could be null, so I have to check. Let's phrase it differently. And let's take a default. And then we take, then it should, and then I have to put the quest data here. And I use the ID, not the ordinal. Because, for example, in the description of the quest, I also use the ID. And in the dialogue, I also use the ID. Yeah. Okay. And it just came to my mind that I will create 3 different quests that do animal observations. And the 3 of them will be different levels. And now that I remembered that we have 3 different rarities of animal, we have 3 different quests of animal observations, and each of them is going to ask for one of the rarities. So let's note that down. I could implement all the rarities in the one quest, but right now every quest type has a fixed level, and I want the other rarities to be a different level, so you also get a bigger reward for making observations on rarer animals. But right now, only for testing reasons, I'm going to have this one. The cool thing is I can reuse the dialogue. Since the dialogue is not changing regardless of the rarity, I only have to have 2 more enum entries in this quest enum. I can then reuse the dialogue. But only if the dialogue, when I generically finish the quest, Wait. So if it's a quest type dialog, yeah, we retrieve the correct quest from the dialog data, and then we use the level to generate the number of research books we grant to the player as a reward. Okay, so it's going to work with multiple quests reusing the same dialogues since it's generic. Let's see if I forgot something else to implement. My checklist. We have a description, we have a short name, we have the progress name, we have the dialogue. We have implemented all dialogue options, I think, and we have text for all dialogues. We did do both the check method. We added a new check method, and we implemented the create quest method for that quest type. Maybe I must step into here to see what happens in the debugger. But I think the quest is working. Let's try it. Let's first try it without a debugger and then again. So since we have the raised height already built, this guy is also wanting us to do something, but we don't want to. Buy. So it seems the quest has started since there's no error message. Yeah, the guy's coming. I've missed a question mark. Let's first refuse to help. Nothing happens. Let's start the quest again. Maybe the range of observations is too large. Now we agree to help. Text is correct. Are there rabbits spawned right now? No, they are not. Let's see, this is the rabbit chunk. Ah, I forgot. I asked the player to make observations on an animal that the player has not yet discovered. So I must check that first before starting the quest in the first place. Now it doesn't make a difference because we have rabbits nearby and we can make observations. If I fast forward a bit, we will have more and more observations. Right now there's only one rabbit moving around, and every 3 seconds we make one observation of that rabbit. But if there were more, let's see now. Okay, now we have a few more observations. Let's see if the quest is proceeding. It is. Nice. I'm also making observations of these nearby cacti and the animals, the rabbits. Let's see. Could make use of the feeding box. If you put a feeding box in the vicinity of the observation raised height, we could yeah, that's a bug. Entities can move through structures because I didn't update the walk map properly. And now the zoologist is back. Asks us if we made the observations. We share the observations. The game is not crashing, which is nice. We finished the quest. But I didn't put... Do I have a notification for when we finish a quest? Do I ever call that? It should be in news menu. It's interesting to know, since we also have the quest received in the news menu. But then I have to create a text for quest received, quest abandoned. Quest finished. Yeah, that's easy. Maybe I should put a delay on quests, because this guy is again asking us to make tents. And if we refuse to do that, there should be a delay on that type of quest, so we're not annoyed by the same quest over and over again. And I should put a visual cue that lets the player know that there's somebody in the raised height. You could find it out by either noticing that the zoologist is nowhere, but if you had multiple geologists, you wouldn't know which one it is. You could still go into the villagers list, click on one of the zoologists you want to observe, and then find out that he's right now observing nearby animals. That's nice that I have the spectating menu. But still I want to have a visual cue, which is going to make it more interesting to look at. So you will, with one glance at this structure, see that there's somebody inside it working. So the quest did work properly, but I still want to test this. Debugger. And I want to make sure we only ask for species that, like this check method checks if a special condition is met to start the quest. So we can already at this location in code look at all the discovered animals and only ask for one of them. So I can actually skip the whole biome thing because I can just look at the animals, at the known animals, and then find one. So let's find the location where I save the known animals. Animal information, animal research. I guess it's something with animal research. So inside the lexicon menu, we iterate over all animals. And if we get a 0, so this is containing the collected information. Is it? No, this is collected information, but this is the research. And if we make an observation here, so first it is -1, we check for -1. That means we have never seen that animal type before, and we put a 0 there. So if we check for 0 or greater than 0, we know that animal. So we can use that, and that's the location where I send the notification that we discovered a new species, because I only want to send it once and not every time we make the observation of that animal. That means I can use that by iterating over all animals. Can I use map here? Yes, I can. And in that case, we want to only now the rarity of the animal is not saved here. Like this is another type of rarity. That's the using the grade system, the letter system in the game, but that's not the same thing like in the biomes enum, where I put the animals in this animal spawn. So I have to create a method where I put in the animal type and the wanted rarity, because at that location I know the animal type, but I don't know which rarity it has. So I'm asking all the biomes, is this animal belonging to you? And if yes, does it have that rarity? We can return true if it does. So we only want to know if any biome is containing that animal. First we have to make sure it's not null, but that's only the case right now, since I did not add all animals to the game, but later this is redundant. And so we can just use the I, but 0 means rare, 1 means common, 2 means less common. It's weird that it's not in the correct order. Like you would expect that it's in the order, so like common, less common, rare, or rare, less common, common. But I don't remember why I put it in that order. I could change it here actually, but let's not mess with it, because then I have to see all the locations in code where I use these indices and it could be messed up. We'll just return true or false. So now I want to check if this animal is a common animal in any biome, and then so I have to use the 1, and then I can that's false. I can then put this to true. I actually can stop the loop because I only need to know if there's at least one animal. And if we don't have at least one, we forbid this quest to be started, because we cannot find an animal, a common animal, because we either don't know the animal yet, or we don't know it, or if we know the animal, then we also know a biome that animal spawns in, because that's connected. And then we also know that that animal has the correct rarity we want in that case. And then we start this quest. And then in the create quest method, I have to change it a bit, because now I don't want let's see. Let's have a list of animal candidates. you don't need to know the known biomes, we just iterate over all animals. And now if faction.map.find.research and now we check for we check if the biomes, check rarity again. So now we should have all the animals in the list, and if still the animal candidates list is 0, we can say or we just say if the candidates list is not 0, and we get a random animal. Okay, let's test it again if that will only make the correct animals be used in the quest. And I think the living cacti is the common animal of the desert, so it may also choose the cacti. But now I'm going to use the debugger. I didn't save when I had the quest, right? No, I didn't. Let's see, we know the cacti, but not the rabbit. Let's spawn in rabbits. So now we have made the discovery of rabbits. And they are displayed in the lexicon. And now when I try to create the quest, the debugger should kick in, and it does. And we check if we have at least one known animal. That's the rabbit. Wait, that didn't work. That's the wrong rarity. Let's check again. No, it worked. We have at least one we can break. And the quest is starting. And now we create the quest data. And we compile a list of all the animal candidates, which are known and common. So again, we check for animals. Rabbit is the first one. And we check the rarity again. And then all the other animals which we don't have discovered yet. And the cacti is also known. Nice. As I expected. So right now we have the default rabbit selected, but then the list of candidates is not empty and we take a random one. Now it shows the cacti and the rest of the data is filled. Nice, and now the quest starts. Nice, and he's asking for the correct animal type. And also here, correct animal type is displayed. And we, since they are nearby cacti, we can make observations. And see that the quest is progressing. Somebody should pick up those carrot seeds. Migrants arrived, which is nice. And if I fast forward a bit, oh, the quest is not finished, but another guy is talking to us. And he doesn't have a sprite, which is weird. Because I thought the quest with the tents is using the villager, and the villager should display. We don't have enough variants, so some of the villagers will not have a sprite. Okay, then let's just for now return the faction. The same one. No, it should be the same one. Otherwise, it's different when he's walking and if he's idling. And as soon as we make 3 more observations, the quest is finished. Yes, nice. Oh, they're not very visible in the plains biome, but that's also not their home biome, so that's maybe also interesting that they can vanish in the plains biome visually. I've not implemented a logic that they will stay in their home biome. I could do that maybe, but maybe the players want to attract them to their village and to make them feed on these feeding boxes. And if the biome border prevents them from going to the feeding boxes, that's bad. And if I had to distinguish between leaving the home biome for the feeding box and only for random walks, that's annoying to do. I'm just leaving it as is, so they will wander around regardless of the biome. And eventually when they despawn, they walk back to their home chunk, so they will be back in their home biome in the end, at least. Okay, that worked. Well, I didn't finish the quest, so but I know that finishing the quest is also working. We don't have the quest anymore. Okay, now I can add the same quest again, only with the different rarity. Let's call it 2. Oh, I used the same ID here, which is not good. I should have another title. Let's go with that for now. Now I have to do the same thing for... It's basically the same code. Only the rarity is different. Now it's 2. And I have to rename the variable. And I have to have a icon for the same quest, so I can reuse the same icon. I can still later make changes to the icons visually to resemble the rarity of the quest. But right now I only need at least any icon. The check is finished. Then we can reuse this here. And I think I can reuse well, I can put this in a different method and call it. And just change the rarity. And then I have to also put in the faction. And then return the animal type. Nice. And then I can copy it, and that, since it's not as long anymore, there's no problem. And here maybe we do more observations on those animals. Let's go with a whole number or whole increments. And here we decrease it a bit. That's fine, the data is created. Oh, and we have to change the rarity to 2. And make sure less common is the 2, right? Then check progress is the same thing. That's also the same thing. Also, and here I can, in the text of the quest, I can resemble the rarity. Let's see. I think I'm going to do a break quickly soon, because I don't remember the last time I streamed for 2 hours without having a break. Most of the time after 1 hour I need a small break and do a stretch and walk around. But the quest implementation is very very interesting right now, so maybe that's why I don't need a break. Let's see, I have to now reuse the same dialogue. And I could also here check if this is a rare animal. Let's put it like this as a to-do list item. But if I want to do that, I would have to again ask all the biomes if that animal, if I would have to do another similar method which looks at all biomes, sees if that animal is spawning in that biome, and then return the basically this integer which is resembling the rarity, and then here I can use the integer to display different versions of the text. But for now I'm going to leave it as is because it's working. The only thing I need to check is if when you, the answer text is fine, if you click the first answer, there's also this method. Oh no, this is only generating the quest data. So here we have the quest. If this is a quest, and we get the quest data from the data. I think it's going to work, but let's find out. Let's put a message in console. And now I will try to start the quest. And this will fail. Because we don't have a less common animal. At least we don't know any. But we can start this one, which is the common animal quest. Agree. And then I could spawn in. Let's see, does the desert actually have, doesn't have a less common animal, but the plains biome also does not. Well, the forest does. Then I need to find the forest biome. Savanna also doesn't have any animals right now. But up here is, okay, that's the rainforest. And those bug types of animals. And the rainforest does have a less common animal, but it's quite far away. We cannot make observations there. Let's find out. Now we could try to place an observation thing very far in the north, as far as we can go before the... Like we can only build 64 tiles away from our start building. So that's, and one chunk is 32 by 32. We can basically, and these lines resemble the chunk borders. So we can go one chunk, two chunks, or not quite. Almost. Why is it not perfectly two chunks? I guess due to the distance calculation, because we have to go in the straight line. But still, we should be in this chunk. Okay, never mind. Let's just put it here. And the common quest is progressing. Yeah. Don't we have any more wood? Yeah, that's the problem. Those living cacti are coming very close to the village. So they will not move into those red areas, which are noisy due to the villagers. And if they get into one of those red areas, they will leave the position. But it's also nice if you play the game and see animals going walking near the village. So now those two areas combine to a large area, but we can still not get the... Oh, we can, but we have to wait for the zoologist to use the other observation tower. Let's see. I hope he's using it. No, he's going to the same one. And now he's going into the other one, and this should... Well, the distance is too large. Cannot see them. So maybe I spawn them in. Now we discovered them. So let's save, and now I should be able to start the less common observation quest, but I cannot, because because the crawler is not the less common animal, but the monkey is. And now save again, and now I try to start the quest, and it should work, but it does not. Oh, I messed up again. Okay, the monkey is the common animal. The crawler is the rare animal of that biome, but we don't have a rare quest yet. And the violet bug is the less common. Now, finally, okay. That's the violet bug. Right now the animals don't interact, so they will just walk. The groups will walk through each other, and I'm not sure if I want to implement any interaction between animals, because that's not easy to do. Like, actually it's not hard, but the way I implemented the animals, they don't know much about their surroundings, they only know about their group. But if every animal had to check for their surroundings, they would have to iterate over all existing animals, and depending on how much you discovered of the world, that would quickly get overwhelming, I think, because then it would be squared. Every animal had to check on every other animal on the world, and I didn't do that yet. But let me just try again to start the quest. And now it starts. Let's see. Okay, nice. Now we have 2, and we can also see the different levels of the quests. The common one has a B, and the less common one has an A, and the rare one will have an S. And now let me save and make sure that I don't, that the observation collision, let's call it like that, is not happening. So when we make an observation, let's look into that code, because I want that the less common quest should only be progressed when the less common animal is observed. So that's the living cactus, which is yeah, that's the common animal. So let's go over all quests. Right now we are looking at the common quest, and we check it. And here we check both quests the same way, but each quest has the wanted animal saved inside of the data, and we can check if that's the same, and only then increment the value. And then we skip the other quests because we consumed that observation already. And then when we observe the crawler, we don't care because we don't check for crawlers. But now every animal will be checked, and now the monkey, that's the one we want to check. We are comparing living cactus to monkey, which is false. But if we check the other quest, which is the less common quest, now I compare. We want the violet bug, not the monkey. So that's also wrong. Oh, now So that's correct. We progress the quest and break from yeah. So I think it's working. But since we only have one zoologist, we can also only make one observation. We can only have one observation tower be active at once. But if I place another zoologist's office and employ one, he's going to the other one. So both should be active now. Let's see. Yeah, both are making observations. The one in this one and the other one in that one. That means both quests are progressing. Yeah. Shouldn't it progress faster right now? Since we made so many observations. We made, oh yeah, 83 recent sightings. Yeah, I think it's correct. I fast forward a bit and see that we have now 168 recent sightings and it's almost the same number in the quest. It's sure to work, I think. Okay, nice. Okay, then I will do my small break and afterwards I will implement the rare type, the rare variation of the quest. So be right back. Okay, let's continue. Let's add the third quest. First I already have the icon since I just copied it from the one before. Now we make the level one more. Let's see, now I can reuse almost everything. And here I have to use the rarity 0, which is the rare animal. And then can just reuse this here. And reuse this here. And the rare animal, I only want 100 observations. Okay. Yeah, then I can reuse this here and here. And here. And in the dialogue it should work. Since we reuse the dialogue. Okay, let's just test it. First, yeah, we know the crawler, so that's good. If I try to start the same quest again, it should not. And this one, neither this one. But this one should start. And this time he's asking us to observe the crawler. And this is an S-type quest. And since there is a crawler nearby, we can make observations. Okay, nice. So now I think I just have to wait for all the quests to finish. So the rare one already finished, but that's only like that could happen. I also spawned in some of them, but as soon as you find a biome with the rare, a chunk with the rare animal, the quest is finished quickly. But finding that biome is harder because it's of course rarer. Let's see. This one happens to be a crawler. If I open more chunks, we can see that yeah, the rainforest is ending soon, and then we are in the swamp biome, and here we have the frog is the most common animal. Kill. Let's see. Finish the quest we received. More research books. This guy is again asking us to make tents. We don't want to. And we are making observations of the living cacti. Okay. Oh, his snail walked into the observation range. That means we discovered a snail, yeah. And that quest is also finished. So let's fast forward, and the zoologist will talk to us about that animal. We finished that. Nice. This one is again asking us for 10s. So only the violet bug is missing, but since we don't have a spawn chunk for that, I have to pretend. And now also this quest is finished, and sometime soon the zoologist should come. Yes. And now we finished all 3 quests, so all of them are working, it seems. Nice. Let's see, what else could I add? Other quests? Maybe I should make sure that every type of animal is only picked once for the quests, so they're not getting spammed all the time with animal observation quests for the same animal. You could also make a very simple quest, but I'm not sure how to check for that. I thought about a very simple quest which is giving to the player at the early game, which is asking the player to have a certain number of buildings. I'm not sure about the text or the lore behind that quest, let's say it like that. Like, why should somebody ask you to make 10 buildings? So I need to come up with something there. But gameplay wise, quests are just something, or most of the time, like just asking the player to play the game. So it's just testing all the different features of the game. So if you can build buildings in the game, it's obvious that the quest could be like make 10 buildings. So that's my current way of adding more quests. I just try to resemble all the features in the game that the player is able to do inside of the quests. And those quests are quite boring, I have to admit, because first of all, the players probably be doing that stuff anyways, but now he's getting rewarded for that if he's doing it in the correct point of time. And it's also, the quests are just a tool to make progress and give the player some guidance what to do. If some players may not want to do quests, I guess, because you can also proceed in the game without doing any quests, since you can find the research books also in dungeons, and you can also buy them from traders. Well, to have a market to attract traders, you have to have any research books in the first place to unlock the market. But as soon as you have the market, you could get lucky, or you could be lucky and get a trader that is selling research books. I'm not sure which one it is right now, but I don't remember. It's not that important. Maybe the book trader, I'm not sure. And all the types of traders will come to the village if you have the, like, some will come anyways, regardless of what you have constructed, but some will only come to your village if you have the respective building constructed. But so the trading minerals will only come if you have a mine, and so on. Metals trader if you have a furnace, and so on. And I think the book trader is also selling research books. Yeah, he is. In this menu you can buy research books. They are quite expensive, I think. I don't remember the price. But you could eventually proceed in the game only with coins, which you can also get from trading. But the kickstart to have a market to do trading and then have coins for more research books. So the kickstart is going into a dungeon with a squad, because in the dungeon you can also find research books in old libraries, and you can also find research books in the overworld now that I added more overworld constructions, like these old villages in the game. Let's see. Some of them are libraries, and in them you can find also research books. Oh, the red worm is a rare animal, but I think that's too far away from the village to make the observation. It's nice to see that the world is slowly coming together. You see animals, different types of animals, you see old buildings. Yeah, I'm not going to find a... Oh, some villages are cannot be entered since they are spawned inside of water. And to fix that is not easy, because the village is just placed on top of the chunk, and and I don't know what the chunk is looking like. And there's no way right now to traverse water. Well, but that's quite rare. There's not so much water on the world. Most of the villages... Well, I could check the chunk if there's too much water in the chunk and then stop placing villages. That would at least prevent that. I think I did something similar. I could count water and swamp. Well, there's also swamp floor, so it's a normal ground, and then there's swamp liquid, which you cannot pass. But here I will increment this counter. And if let's go with 50, some threshold, maybe 50 should be fine. Or we could make it shorter. Skip the rest of the constructor if we have too many water tiles, but that's only going to work if there's not... if the rest of the constructor is only doing the placement of stuff. Yeah, I will know that. There's not much more to add to chunks right now, so that should do. I'm not going to test it, but this should prevent any more villages and dungeons on chunks. Well, dungeons are fine, because dungeons try to find a spot. It's just the villages that should be prevented. Because the dungeon is trying to find the location on the chunk that is solid ground and not water, and passable, no rocks, no trees. And if it happens to be a chunk filled with water, then this position will be null, and then no chunk is placed. No dungeon is placed on the chunk, which is then fine. So you never see, you could even before never see a dungeon inside of water. But the village is different. The village just used to check if the generator wants this chunk to be a village, but that doesn't take the biome into account. It only does a noise sampling. So not every chunk is a village, only a few. And then it's not placing villages on ice biomes because I don't want anything in the ice biome. At least no village, and also no player villages are allowed in the ice biome. So it's a no man's land, only animals live there, and you can, like, those animals are also hard to observe since you have to move your village next to the ice biome, but cannot go into the ice biome, and then make sure you observe the nearby animals. And now we prevent village placement when there is too much water on the chunk. Like, some is okay. There's some water on the chunk. It would be very random if the village would still be not accessible. Like, there should be some possible path on a chunk with less than 100 water tiles. Like, there are 32 by 32 tiles in one chunk, which equals 124. So about 1/10 of the chunk is allowed to be water, but not more. Okay, let's see. Yeah, why don't I implement well, I could do a dialogue, which is not a quest. I can also do events based on dialogues and trigger them if something happens in the game. For example, I could say if the player places 10 buildings for the first time in the game, then a dialogue is triggered, which will give them something for that. And that's no quest, so it's not a quest you can accept. And or I could do it as a quest, which says, like, build 10 more buildings. Then I keep track of the constructed buildings. And then the quest is done as soon as the player has constructed them. Both are possible. Let's see, maybe like the problem with if I want to have a quest which says, like, which is only triggered when you have less than 10 buildings and will be finished if you have more than 10, then I don't know what to show in the progress screen of the quest, because Hmm. Let's just make a simple quest saying construct X amount of buildings. And that's going to be a hard quest because constructing buildings costs many resources and time. So the reward should be nice. So I'm even thinking about making it an A level quest. And then for that I will come up with a new member type. Let's make sections here. And I could do the same thing with structures as well. Level 3 it's going to be. Architect. Builders workshop. And the dialogue I have to create. Update the IDs. Then I need an icon. Let's see. Maybe copy again from here. Something. Oh, that's nice. Let's see. Let's first do the dialogue. Yeah, that's the hard one, the text, the content of the dialogue. Because to now tell the player to construct buildings and find a good reason for that. let's pretend the foreign architect is asking us to construct stuff so we can share knowledge of the process, something like that. Here you can just end the quest, since we checked the amount of buildings beforehand. And then here, that's generic. And the check is also generic. I have to write the whole dialogue still. Let's see. Well, we could make something up that the architect is interested in our way of building, in our architectural style, something like that. So he wants us to construct a number of buildings, which he can then learn from. So how do I phrase that? I'm going to do another small break. Okay, let's see. First accept. Okay, we have the dialogue. And I think I already did all of this correctly. Let's hope for that. Check. I could even make a low-level version of that quest, where you only ask to construct a few buildings, and then I can reuse the dialogue the same way I did here. Let's see if I need to check something else. I don't need to check any special condition. since we just have to construct buildings. But I have to write a custom checking method. I don't care about the building type actually, so I just take in the quest data. Well, I could reuse, no, I cannot, because I have to call this method, but the content of the method is actually the same when I do the crafting, but I only call this one when I actually construct something. So let's go into the task in which we construct. The buildings. When we update here, and here I send a notification that a building has been constructed, which means I can also do the check. And later, if you have multiple construction quests, only single quests can consume the construction, so we cannot do stacking, which doesn't make much sense, but that's okay. Now I call this. And this calls this. And now we can check. Now we have to create the quest. It's going to be somewhere between 6 and 10. Then I check the progress, and that's the same here. It's nice. Progress string. I think that's it. Maybe I missed something here, but let's try it. We don't have a builder's workplace yet, so a quest should not start. Okay, then let's place builder's workshop. Now it will start. I forgot to color the number in the dialog. Oh no, I didn't. I've just Oh, that's the wrong dialog. Agree. Same here, I need to change the color. And now I guess I have to actually construct the buildings. Well, I could also make a variation of that quest. Like you can improve buildings in the game. And I could make another quest which asks the player to improve one building. And then another quest where I ask a player to improve a building to a certain level. But let's see. So we construct one building. Nice. So the quest is working. I just have to construct more. And that didn't count because that was cheated. Wait a minute. Why is this an S grade building? This one is 100% going to be a D, and it is a D. Nice. But why was that a S? S is not possible actually. That's weird. So now the architecture. Wait, let's first save. But I don't have to test all the dialog options all the time. Let's reload. Okay, the quest is working. This could be a C level. This one could be a level. And I could make a smaller version of that. Which is level, let's say level 0. It's nice. But I'm not reusing the dialogue, I think. Let's see. No. But now I don't know what to write here, because I just want the player to build a few buildings, maybe 1, 2, or 3. And I don't want to reuse the text from above. You don't share knowledge. Oh, I have a typo here. Maybe the architect is just pretending to be interested in seeing a small village grow, so that's why he's asking us to build something. Yeah, I just wrote it in another window. By using a translator. So I can write in my native language and translate it to English. And the rest is okay. Then I have to put check. No check. Not done yet. And then okay, nice, that's it for the dialogue. Now back to the quest. Here I can put the 2. And then I want to check this quest. Okay. Because I only want this quest to happen if the player has less than 10 buildings, because it should be an early game quest and not, it should be, you should not be annoyed at the in the end game with this simple quest. But on the other hand, you may discover another faction later in game, and they will be a low level, so they will only offer low level quests, and so this quest will then not be available, since you will most likely have more than 10 buildings at that point. So I have to make sure that I have enough low level quests for late game, since or I must change the way the quests are given to the player. But it does make sense that you get more complex quests with higher level factions, and the level of the faction or the relationship with the faction is increasing if you do quests. So it does make total sense for the first faction you discover, because you grow with them and they give you more complex stuff. But it doesn't make as much sense later with the other factions. But I just have to make sure that I always have enough quests on every level. Let's flip this. Or maybe I can come up with another way of increasing the relationship with the faction by doing something else than quests. Maybe if you trade enough with them, that could also be possible. Well, let's continue. This is working. Then we do the check buildings constructed, so we can reuse this method. And if you have both quests at the same time, you can only solve one at a time. Which is kind of weird, but that's how it is. And maybe that's not happening as much as often. Then I have to create the data. Maybe increase this a bit more. It's a very high level quest, so I can ask for more buildings. And this one is only asking for a few. And then when I check progress, I can reuse that. Since most quests do that, they want you to do something X times, and you don't just have to check the number of times you did it. Here I can reuse the text. Here I can reuse the text. Then I need to have a custom description of this quest. And now it should work, I think. Let's test it. Wait, what is he talking about? Yeah, we are finished. Bye. Okay, let's try to start the quest. Maybe I put a range on the quest selection, so a high level faction will not pick low level quests for you. Because why would they again ask for the simple stuff? But then the variation of quests of course decreases, and they only ask the same stuff. I'm not sure yet. So we cannot start the quest because we have more than 10 buildings, I guess. So I have to deconstruct buildings. I don't have to do that. Oh, they didn't change the floor, did they? haven't tested this. Wait, I wanted to do that. Okay, let's see. Okay, game crashes. It's not good. That's bad. That's weird, that never happened before. So basically the game, the save file is corrupted now because you cannot load it anymore. It would always crash. And I don't know why. That's one of the worst bugs you can have. I only know that at this location the path is read. I can not crash here, which will make the game run again. But still, paths are being cleared, which should not be cleared. So the game is working. But somewhere, some entity tried to clean up their pathfinding result. And it could be one of the animals near the water, because it must be an animal, I think, because our villagers are not near unpassable tiles, and the pathfinding is also only kicked in if the ray cast from the start to the end position is not hitting anything. So then we just skip the pathfind. And but maybe when we load animals, I guess an animal was trying to do pathfinding, and during that time I saved the game, and something with the saving is not correct. So I can search the save file. I don't have to search the save file. I can also just in the load method check if the task is path. Wait, I have to of course go in debug mode. Yeah, somebody is loading. Some animal is loading. Even more than one. Two animals load with task being pathfind. And since I don't save the path ID because it's not supposed to be saved and loaded, it's going to be like I just recalculate the paths when loading a game. I don't save them. But the animal is like, this is a very rare case I have never noticed before, because I never saved in the exact frame when an animal tried to pathfind, since most animals in the game don't have to do pathfinding, because first I do a simple ray cast, and if there's nothing in between, they just walk there. But I guess some of those rabbits try to walk around the water and the raycast fails, so they do the actual pathfinding algorithm, and then I happened to save in the exact moment the pathfinding happened. So the game for those two rabbits saved the task being pathfind, and then in the update method the game still thinks the path ID is valid, but after loading it's not, because we have to get a new one. So I do save the target location, I think. Yeah, that's this one, right? Yeah, we change task and we want to walk somewhere. So we calculate a path ID. So I can easily solve this by saying I just again change just again initialize the walking, but then I have to remember what the second task was, because it could be that they want to pathfind to a feeding box and then the next task is eat or something. Is it? Yeah, that's correct. Let's see if this saves us from crashing. If I re-enable the crash here. So it's good that I put the crash here, because otherwise I wouldn't have noticed, and now it loads without crashing. Nice. Okay, that fixed it. Now we can load path. We can load an animal just in the moment doing a path find, and we will not crash. Okay, nice. But what I actually wanted to fix was this one. Wanted to see why the floor is not being put back to its initial state when removing a building. But I think I'm going to do another small break and do it afterwards. Okay, now let's see. I tell the builder to remove the building, and then the game will stop here, and I can remove the entities of the building, the walls. I remove it from the list. From the chunks list. And then this method tries to clear the building site. Okay. Actually, I want to call this one. I want to remove building and place the old. Right, I want to call this one. So I just create another entry here. Remove building was the one. Yeah, I can call it directly here. Building text E. So I will just call both. If it's a structure like the raised height, then there's still the floor underneath it, and I don't have to replace it, but the buildings replace these floor tiles, and I want to remove them and put back the old floor which was generated. So I regenerate the tiles beneath the building, but I used to call the clear side, which was just doing something else. So if I do it now, okay, now this time the correct thing happens. Nice. So now I have less than 10 buildings and I can start the new quest. Maybe that quest does not require a builder's workshop, I'm not sure. It could also be in the start building, since the player may not have a builder's workshop. Like builder's workshop can be placed from the beginning, but they're not required, since the start building is also having a position for a builder. And now Let's replace some of the stocks. We have to do 3, right? Yeah. And now the quest is finished. Nice, okay. That worked. And this guy is wanting us to collect animal dung. And this is a researcher. Okay. Then this quest is working. There is a way to craft improve kits, and I unlock it just by default. But how about we don't do that? And you can maybe find a craft recipe somewhere in the abandoned villages. That would be cool. You could be unlucky and not find it a long time because those are randomly generated. But there are of course other ways to get these improve kits. Okay, let's add the improvement. So first come up with the text. I don't have to copy it like that. Let's see. Now the dialog options. Let's see. Nice. And for that quest, I'm going to check if the player has already discovered the improvement, because that's something you have to research. So we check that. We return true if we have that flag. And if it's not there, we don't want this quest to start. And I could also check if the player has one improvement kit, but that would be annoying to do because it's not hard, but it's annoying. I would have to iterate over all buildings in the game and check the inventories, and maybe I would have to also check all the squads' inventories and see if there's any improvement kit anywhere. But in that case, I'm going to leave as is, because even if the player doesn't have an improvement kit yet, but he receives the quest, this will hopefully give an incentive to find an improvement kit, and you can do that hopefully in a reasonable time by going into dungeons or exploring the world. Also, this quest is not given in the very early game, but in the early to mid game due to its level, and I could still change the level later if I think it's too early to have improvement kits. But I need to do a few more things here and there. Wait, I need an icon. And I think I'm just going to put a plus sign here. And when creating the quest, I just put quest data 0 to 0. Maybe it already is 0. Oh, it's -1 in the beginning. But I can merge this, I think. Yeah, they're doing the same initialize. And then I need a specific or a custom check method. Where do I do the dungeon stuff? And then I have to call that here. And then I have to call this method when we improve. But only when I improve buildings. I could also fulfill the quest if we improve structures, which are not buildings, but the other types, like the feeding box or the scarecrow or something. But for now, just going to do it for the building, and I could still add another quest which is asking the player to improve the structure for more variation. So let's test it. Let me put a few error messages here so I know in a few weeks or months that what is wrong when I try to start a debug quest. Oh, I don't have to check this. Okay, nice. Let's start again to make these changes. So let's try to start it. It should not start since we don't have it unlocked yet, but I can do it in the debug mode as well. And now it starts. Should put a line break in the dialog. And we don't have any improvement kits, but let's just cheat one. And then we improve the zoologist's office. Building improved. And now the quest is finished. And if I fast forward, we get more quests. Let's first save so I can test all the dialog options and make sure it's not crashing. Send him away. Reload. And now finish the quest. There's also a typo here somewhere. Somehow we cannot see the faction relation change properly. Okay, nice, but the quest is working. Let's call this improvement. And then when we do the quest which asks the player to improve a building to the highest level, that one is going to be called perfection. Here we could do so that's very high level, and that's also a high level quest. But I think that's it for today. That was a very long stream. Like normally I stream for 2 hours or maybe 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. But almost 5 hours is like my longest stream which is very long ago. Used to be 5 hours, and now I'm finally again reaching that length, which is nice. So thank you for watching, and if you want to see past live streams, you can do that on my YouTube channel, which is linked down below in the Twitch description. And I'm not sure when I will stream again, maybe tomorrow, maybe sometime this week. So see you then, bye.